Chief Drew. Good afternoon. My name is Charles Drew. I live at 112 Park Avenue, Southport, North Carolina. I'm the current president of the Brunswick County Fire Chiefs Association. I'd like to give you an update and speak on fire funding for just a few moments. At the urge of county officials, commissioners, and mayors, the Fire Chiefs Association has been having special meetings to discuss funding mechanisms. This has been done due to the fact that the current funding mechanism is not sustainable and adequate to support fire services in Brunswick County. Many departments are currently understaffed, equipment is aging, and the financial burdens have increased. On Wednesday, July the 30th, 2025 at 10 a.m., a large majority of fire chiefs met at the Winnebago Fire Department to discuss recommendations and options. After much discussion and deliberation, there were 4 options that were placed on the table for a vote. 3 of the 4 options presented did not receive any traction from any of the fire chiefs present. A majority of the fire chiefs did vote unanimously on a recommendation for a new funding mechanism. I want to reiterate the term recommendation. On Thursday, July 31st, 2025, the Chiefs Association was contacted and it was stated that we had come up with a non-negotiable demand. This is not factual information and I want to refute this statement. At no time has the Brunswick County Fire Chiefs Association made any demands to the county or discussed any non-negotiables. Our association went on record at your last meeting, and I stated from this podium that to make this a success, we need collaboration with the commissioners, the mayors, municipalities, the nonprofits, and the citizens. We fully understand that gives and takes, compromises and conditions will be on any new funding mechanism that's presented, and that new county contracts will be crafted with any new funding mechanism. We come to you with an olive branch, not boxing gloves. Chief McGee of the Calabash Fire Department, our vice president, and I will be meeting with the mayors of Brunswick County on Friday, August the 15th, 2025 at 10 a.m. to present our recommendation, to listen to their concerns, field their questions, and receive ideas. I will report back to the association a summary of that meeting and discuss any changes or adjustments of the recommendation on Thursday, August 21st, 2025 at our regular meeting. This will give the fire chiefs an opportunity to discuss or make any changes needed from the mayor's meeting. We are simply laying a foundation of support and vetting our recommendation by stakeholders. Once these meetings have concluded, we can offer to make a presentation at the Brunswick commissioners meeting of our recommendation, or we can meet with the manager and the chairman, or whatever process that you would like for us to give you our recommendation. At the present time, we continue our due diligence with the recommendation. Once again, in closing, I would like to stress to each of you that the Brunswick County Fire Chiefs Association is not being adversarial, but would like the opportunity to work collectively with you on this very important issue that deals with protecting the lives and property of the great citizens of Brunswick County. Thank you for your time and consideration in this and all matters.
Diana Fontanatos.
Good afternoon. I'm Diana Fontanatos, residing at 3901 Marshfield Drive in St. James. I'm the chair of the Brunswick County Library Board of Trustees, and I serve on the Cape Fear Digital Inclusion Steering Committee for NC State. I just wanted to thank all of you and the county staff for the hard work that went into this year's budget, and especially the approved funding for the library. And thank you, Chairman Forte, for your comments at the June 16th meeting of the commissioners regarding library funding, regarding public safety, and focusing on our future. I could not agree with you more. Thank you. Libraries serve as a crucial driver of economic development by providing resources and services that empower individuals and support our local businesses. They contribute to workforce development, digital inclusion, early literacy, education, entrepreneurship, small business support, and community revitalization. Our public libraries are an excellent return on investment that significantly benefits individuals, strengthens our communities, and boosts the local economy. So on behalf of the Brunswick County Library patrons, thank you for focusing on our future and for your continued support of the Brunswick County Public Library System.
Thank you. Thank you. Jean Vasile.
Good afternoon, Gene Vasile, 2076 Arnold Palmer Drive, Charlotte, North Carolina, and President of the Alliance of Brunswick County Property Owners Associations. I attended your July 21 meeting. What I heard at that meeting during the public session was a replay of public concerns about the state of development that began in December 2023 and continues unresolved some 20 months later. Over the past 20 months, your requests for planning department for amendments to the UDO to address several core issues have resulted in talk, no action, and ultimately a decision to wait until a revision of the entire UDO can be completed. The process that began in the summer of 2024 is now hamstrung by the downsizing limitations of SB 382 that essentially locks the current standards in place. Since December 2023, your surrogates, the appointed planning board, have approved 13,040 residential units under the requirements of an outdated UDO, unaligned with the current land use plan, in a process that frequently requires amendments to the land use map itself to be able to approve proposed development. Articles 2.32 and 3.3 of the UDO vests the final approval authority to the planning board for subdivisions and planned developments. The authority of the planning board is limited, however, to the four corners of the UDO and land use plan, clearly leaving you, who have primary responsibility for the health, safety, and well-being of the county at large, as an afterthought. The agenda and topics discussed on July 23 painfully address that point. Fire protection, the emergency nature of the process to address the organization, staffing, and funding for fire services is a prime example of the consequences of developing first and addressing the consequences later. Traffic, the comprehensive transportation plan you adopted in May 2024 indicates NC 133 south of 21 near capacity, 81 north of NC 211 over capacity, NC 175 near capacity, NC 17 near Charlotte over capacity, NC 211 south of US 17 over capacity. Crash assessments identifies 130 intersections and 450 roadway segments for high quality crashes. Yet, large-scale development continues in these areas with no plan. The county doesn't build roads, and complaint to the NCDOT isn't a solution. This is truly a matter of life and death.
Finish your thought.
The Comprehensive Transportation Plan Blueprint Brunswick 2040 Water and Wastewater SDFB analysis and Raffles Water Rate Study all understate projected growth rates significantly. This calls into question their potential for future inadequacy. While the current system favors expediency, expediency doesn't work in this situation. By amending Articles 2 and 3 to return final approval authority for subdivisions and planned developments to the commissioners, you will be able to ensure that there is adequate infrastructure for proposed growth or the ability to develop a plan to meet that need prior to giving your approval. Because the administrative action does not involve downsizing or create a nonconformity, it would likely not be impacted by SB 382, and if enacted, would restore credibility to Brunswick County's development process. On behalf of the residents of Brunswick County, present and future, I urge you to make this critical change. Thank you, and thank you for the additional time.
Lee Dixon.
Good afternoon, Lee Dixon, 129 Plantation Passage, Bolivia, North Carolina. First of all, I'd like to compliment the board on its discussion concerning the fire service and funding last session. I hope the commissioners and the staff will place on the agenda information on what progress is being made on the schedule that was presented at that meeting, transitioning from a fire fee to a fire tax. I believe the goal was to have a plan presented to the commissioners this coming January. At the same time, the board heard from staff, Neil Brooks and Steve Stone, about the comprehensive stormwater issues. And I believe it was the county manager, Steve Stone, who urged hiring of a consultant to conduct a feasibility study with regards to a stormwater utility that might address some of the future issues and be in a proactive rather than a reactive mode. Last, I look forward to the discussion later on this meeting about the Unified Development Ordinance, especially given the legislative efforts by the North Carolina General Assembly to delay and complicate the key pieces of that UDO. I trust that the commission has been in touch with Senator Raybon, Representative Miller, and Representative Eiler to make your concerns known. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Deborah Hester. Hester.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
It's my first visit here.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Deborah Hester. I live at 30 Fields Lewis Road, Bolivia. And I was born in Southport 72 years ago. I'm a native. So the reason I'm here today, I want to talk about the infrastructure that's everywhere. Let me start off reading my notes because I didn't have a thing whenever I came in here. So I had to kind of put it together. All right. All of these developments that have sprung up, and we see development in process and the development in the future happening all around Brunswick County. Why have we allowed all this construction whenever Brunswick County can't hold, all this extra building and there's no nonstop. I mean, everybody's talking about more building and putting things everywhere. And I mean, pretty soon it's going to be like 2 and 3 stories high before we stop. But anyhow, at every stop sign now, I see, being a native, I mean, I know that how nice it was to go from Bolivia to Southport. There was not much traffic. It was busier. Highway 17 is pretty busy. But as a kid growing up, I mean, my dad said, you see all of that down there? That's marshland. They couldn't build anything on that unless they fill it in. And there ain't no dirt to fill that area in. But as you notice, it's built up quite a bit. And they're still building and they're still constructing roads. At every stop sign, like I said, and this happened to me about 2 weeks ago when I was coming through the green swamp. I waited in line for an hour and a half because of traffic buildup. Our lights and everything, they had to, how they let them go through and then we come through. And anyhow, it seemed like forever. Especially the Green Swamp Road is the worst one that I've been on. Wait just a second. Sorry, I skipped a page.
More residents of Brunswick County are becoming victims because of the construction going on. Have you made any decisions as to when our county will end the construction? I used to hate to go to Wilmington because of all the traffic. Now I hate to go anywhere because of all the traffic. And I guess, you know, being a native, I mean, I don't have any of these whatever numbers are on here. But anyhow, from what I understand, and I was born in this county, the commissioners haven't tried to stop the construction. That's what I've heard. I don't know how true it is. I just hope that it would happen soon. Anyhow, from Bolivia to Southport, like I said, my dad said it was a marsh and I believed him. But somehow the marsh has been filled in and there's construction from Bolivia to Southport. The animals are showing up in these developments and many are killed on the highways. They have lost their homes.
And Ms. Hester, we're gonna have to kind of wrap it up. Your time's been up.
Okay,
could wrap
okay,
it
I'm
up.
sorry. I was just
Oh.
getting into it. Anyhow, I'm just saying, as a native, I would like for us to have the development stopped. I mean, you know, even as a kid, we had plenty of people coming down here, but now they're coming down here and they're staying, they're not leaving. So anyhow, thank you very much for listening to a native.
Thank you. I'm gonna take a shot. Michael Gamori? Is that correct? Nah, you tell by your face, I didn't say it.
Commissioners, my name is Michael Gamori and I live at 1629 Lakeview Court in Ocean Isle Beach. I am the president of the Brick Landing Plantation Master Community Association, and I'm speaking on behalf of the 12 member associations that fall under the master and the 540 lot and unit owners who reside in Brick Landing. Brick Landing is also a member of the Alliance of Brunswick County Properties Owner Association. I have been attending their meetings since December of 2021. Just a quick note, Brick Landing Plantation was incorporated in 1985, so we're celebrating our 30th year anniversary in this beautiful community. There's a lot of changes that have occurred over the last 30 years, but over the last 2 years, the rate of change that's been happening in our community has been breathtaking. We don't dispute that growth is not necessary, but it's the rate of growth that is the concern of our residents. The biggest one is the inability of the growth and the infrastructure to keep pace with that growth. Traffic congestion and safety are also major concerns. If you haven't been to OIB on a Friday afternoon when they do Friday or Saturday when they do the rental changeouts, you know, welcome the gridlock. Flooding and stormwater management are major concerns. As president over the last 3 years, we've invested tens of thousands of dollars to improve our community's stormwater management system. We have a new community that's being built adjacent to us, Beach Haven Homes. Their stormwater system ports into a culvert that dumps into one of Brick Landing's major drainage culverts. So we have to wait and see right now how that's going to impact our ability to maintain or minimize flooding. I think a first good step, as mentioned already, is to get the update to the UDO moving. So at least there's some steps being taken to address some of these issues. They may be baby steps right now, but doing nothing is not an appropriate answer. The bottom line is neither myself or any of my residents want to find themselves at a point of no return Well, the building and construction has gotten to a point where there's nothing that can be done to address the issues that are being addressed today. On behalf of the residents of Brick Landing Plantation, present and future, I urge the continuation of the approval process for the revised UDO. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Robin Edwardson.
Robin Edwardson, 489 Brooms Edge Court, Bolivia. Hello again. Many of my friends and colleagues have already spoken here this afternoon, so I'm not going to repeat what they had to say. Matter of fact, I'm going to toss my little speech aside. But I've been witnessing the activities of the commissioners since I moved here 5 years ago. I'm very concerned. I think we are at a crossroads. I think we're past, long overdue, at a crossroads. One path is to be active. Everybody in this room is here today because we care. This is our home. You have the authority to make intelligent and bold decisions. What is the most distressing to me is that the other path that seems to have been chosen is delays. Delays. You had you did the right thing by doing a new land use plan. It's a bold, bold plan. It fixed a lot of the issues that we're facing today, but you failed to provide a corresponding UDO to give it teeth. So the plan sits on the shelf. You had an opportunity to make improvements through text amendments beginning 3 years ago. The subject matter experts from the planning department came to you and said, we needed to do the UDO for years. It was delayed for whatever reason. Members of this commission tried to make changes. They proposed changes, but the majority of the commissioners voted them down. It seems like there's a real conflict at your level. I would like to see you please put that aside. We have some serious issues. You need to come together, make bold decisions. The people behind me are willing to work with you any way we can. But I think there's a hard rain that's going to be coming. And hopefully you can put it together, put your differences aside, work collaboratively, and take bold actions. There's a sense of urgency in this room. There's a sense of urgency in Brunswick County. Good luck with your venture. Thank you.
That concludes the public comment section. That's everybody that had signed up. So we will move on. Time for the approval of the consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
I'll
Second.
second. I'll defer to Commissioner Sykes.
Thompson and Sykes? Any discussion? If not, those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Moving on, presentations.
Mr. Chair, staff would like to ask up Danielle Darkangelo, the Executive Director of the Cape Fear Resource Conservation and Development, Inc., for a presentation.
All right, thank you. Welcome, Ms. Darkangelo.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us. Like David introduced, I'm Danielle Darkangelo. I think I've met almost all of you at some point.
Yeah.
So it's nice to be back and to give you an update on what we're doing and where Cape Fear RC&D is at and going. I did get a really good question before we started today about the origins of RC&D. Just to give you just a little bit of background, RC&Ds have been in existence for quite some time. We were started by an agricultural act in the 1960s, and most of us were incorporated by the 1990s. We were actually incorporated in 1992. And it was done through a USDA act, and we were funded through NRCS. So that is our background. So we have a lot of background in agriculture and different resource conservation initiatives. We've always been balanced with economic development. So I feel like that's one of the things that make us so different and so unique from other nonprofits, especially resource conservation nonprofits, is that we are always balanced with economic development. So we always keep that in mind with all of our projects and all of our initiatives. I was asked, so this is our current county or our region. So we have 15 counties right now. And I'll go into a little bit more about how we're going to support these counties. But one of the major reasons that I was asked to come is because there was a question about what projects are we doing in Brunswick County. So I wanted to talk a little bit about our Waccamaw River watershed drainage project that we've been working on for quite some time. And I have Edward Davis with me, who is one of our board members, and he's going to give you just a little bit of background on the project. So we've been working on this project since about 2019. We actually have some movement moving forward. A lot of our grant resources have been limited since we have started working on this. So we are actively looking for other grant resources to make this project move forward. We have actually put in, I think it's roughly $35,000 of our own funds into the project so far. So we're actively working to get this project moving, and we really like this project to be something that gives a lot of resources to the area. So.
My name is Edward Davis. I am formerly the director of the Columbus Soil and Water Conservation District in Columbus County. I now work with the North Carolina Department of Ag and Consumer Services and Farmland Preservation Trust Fund. Brunswick County is one of my counties in my region that I take care of, the South Central region of North Carolina. During my time working with the Columbus Soil and Water Conservation District, we worked collaboratively with Brunswick County in maintaining the Waccamaw River watershed. And several times we went in and did storm debris removal. You may remember some of those projects. And we also saw a lot of changes in the structure of the of our region as well, with all the impervious surfaces going into the drainage system. And so what we did is we talked with the Cape Fear RC&D about working on a project to see what our issues are. Many say that it's down trees due to storm events, just because, you know, the trees constantly are falling in our stream. Also, we have beaver issues. We also have settlement issues. A lot of those issues, you know, can't be resolved overnight. So we were talking with an environmental group to come in and take a look at these issues, study them, and come up with a plan that we can work with to help Kaw, as well as, you know, other areas across western Brunswick County, as well as Bladen, Columbus, and also Horry County was a part of our work group. And so we've been working now with Danielle with Cape Fear RC&D for several years, and we're finding some interesting things. So we'll keep you updated on what's happening there. But we do appreciate all your support and look forward to working with you any way that I can. Danielle.
Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted him to give a little bit of background because he's very well versed on this. We have engaged MS Consultants with our project. So they are our engineering firm that is our partners on this. And they are working with us to basically develop an assessment of the watershed and to look at it from a very large perspective. I imagine what is going to happen once we get the study done is that we will be doing a feasibility study, which will create several projects that either we can do or we can help others to do, or other people can just take projects and do them on their own, whatever works. We're just using it as a resource for our region. So that is the general goal of this. This is just giving some general background to the project, why we're doing this. This is the project region that we have right now. And we have a couple of different, this is a good way to sort of look at the assessment region that we're looking at and why this is such a big project to do. So MS Consultants is one of the few engineering firms that even would take on the project. So we're just really happy to have them with us. And again, like Edward said, we'll keep you up to date. We do have a stakeholders meeting coming up in the fall that we'll be inviting you to. And it is going to give us the ability to hear from folks that we've already had our community meetings. So the community has already given us a lot of data, but we'd really like to hear from stakeholders such as yourselves to give us more detailed information. So we'll be doing that with Brunswick, Columbus, and Bladen counties. So that is coming up. Okay. Did you have any questions about that particular project? I do have something else to talk about.
It
too.
may have been answered on the slide you just kind of jumped over, but obviously the Walk'em flows into South Carolina. Are y'all working with people downstream there as well?
Yes, so we actually are collaborating with Horry County, and we have some pretty substantial support legislatively, and they have actually dedicated several $1 million, and we're collaborating so that we don't do something that is inconsistent or that doesn't work for that project. But that's a really good question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I've got a couple of questions, if I may. All right, the drainage, and I want to make sure that I'm covering it pretty well. The drainage project that you've discussed here with the Walk'em today, it's 6 years in the running already. And you've been able to come up with 35,000 as an investment into that so far. Are you working currently with our soil and water agency?
Yes. So Elliot Swain, who is the Director of Soil and Water for for Brunswick County, is on our board.
Okay. All right, good. But have you had challenges or difficulties identifying other funds available for maybe I should say it this way, there's 15 other counties or 15 counties in your region.
Right.
Or have you, are all of them at that 35,000 mark, or have they been able to identify other funding to help with their waterways to go along with whatever that you put into it?
So we had only 5 counties as of 2 years ago. So we have been onboarding counties since then. So we have not fully onboarded all the 15 counties. So of the 5 counties that we do work with, some of them have gotten more than the 35. Some of them have gotten less than the 35. This project obviously runs through 3 of the 5 counties. And then in Pender County and Bladen County, we have a completely different project. It's a culvert project, which is fully funded. So it's just a different, it's a different type of financial picture.
Was that state funded?
No, it's federally
Federal
funded.
fund? Okay. I would ask that our administration staff follow up to see if there might be mitigation money, especially due to Helene, that where the state is going to end up getting billions of dollars for mitigation money. I would I know that all the counties across the state are eligible for those funds. And something like this, especially if it's, if they've got data dating back for 6 years, and I heard you say you've got an engineer that you've onboarded as well.
Mhm. We have an engineering firm. We have a full team that's working on the project.
I would think that we ought to be able to find an avenue to assist with some funding, you know, to address this situation because, you know, as we well know, it's at least down on my end of the county, and I heard the Kaw mention just a few minutes ago, that we know that the Waccamaw is going to create an issue for us
Right.
at some point in time. Again, not like it hadn't done it already. So it would be great to investigate avenues for funding that we could partner and try to move forward with a project that hopefully we wouldn't have a 6-year timeline on developing out a solution to addressing the a waterway issue. So
Thank you.
that's my question. Okay.
Have we received any money from Horry County since they're part of the project?
They're funding their own section of the project. They're not going to be sending the money across state lines, but they are going to fund their portion of the project.
And maybe you could share, if I may,
Okay.
maybe you could share back with our administrative staff what it is that is part of their project that they are choosing to fund and the amount that they are choosing to invest in that funding. I think that would assist us in developing the criteria necessary to move forward with requesting additional funding if we choose to participate ourselves or to look for mitigation funding. So
They received some state funding, which was several $1,000,000. So I can certainly get the details of that, but it was substantial and it was state funded.
okay,
So
it's good to know.
Any other questions? I'm gonna do something a little out of the ordinary. David, did you have any questions on this since you're the one handling this?
No, I tell you, the interest coming from me in working through some of the cooperative extension. I saw some older documentation in there and thought it'd just be good for to come and as a nonprofit to come and explain what some of the current projects were, but no specific questions other than every once in a while we like the opportunity to come before you all and say hello and see what questions you may have. And we heard some that staff's going to follow up on.
Okay, thank you.
great. I also wanted to let you know that we are starting a grant writing service and a grant management service. And this has actually come out of many, many requests. This is what I've been talking to a lot of the new counties about, that a lot of their needs come out of being unable to write grants or being unable to manage grants. But we'd really like to make sure to offer that to our current counties, especially the counties like yourselves who have been supportive of us. If you have municipalities or other entities that do need that support, we'd like to extend that support. We do have a pretty good number of grant writers, engineers, different groups that have really made our grant writing more successful. So we're going to be extending that opportunity out. I gave you some of that information. We're going to be doing an online application so that anybody can apply and give us information. Obviously, we can't do everything, but we would like to extend that opportunity and to see if there's any municipalities or other entities that might be interested in using those supportive services.
The one thing I'd add on that, I think that's a great service to offer. A lot of our small towns could probably desperately use help with that. Some of them have 3 and 4 staff total for the
Right.
town. And I know there are pretty regular mayor's meetings in different parts of the county, and maybe our staff could get you that information.
That
That'd be a
would be
great place for you to go share that with some of those towns that could probably use that, maybe even more so than the county.
Right. And that was what we were really anticipating, is that a lot of the municipalities would have a lot of use for that, especially because we do have a lot of experience with engineering and putting together community engagement and things that also help to bolster those grant applications and to make you more successful.
And to put our chairman on the spot, he probably know this, but he's the chair of the Council of Government, so he
I
can
do.
probably, if he hasn't already, help you connect with those in other counties as well.
We spoke before the meeting
Right.
about
Right.
just that.
Absolutely.
Mr. Arcangelo, we thank you. Does anybody have any other question for him? Staff have anything on this? Kind of ties into our stormwater.
Okay, thank you so much.
you.
Thank you,
Appreciate you.
appreciate it. All right, planning, Kirsty, come on up.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I'm excited to be here. We're going to be giving you an update on the Unified Development Ordinance project. And to do that, Michael Harvey with In Focus Planning Incorporated, he is going to be providing the update. He is the one that is actually doing the writing of the new UDO, and he will be able to answer your questions.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you all for the invitation. Again, Michael Harvey with In Focus. I'm assuming everybody can hear me okay. So what I'm going to do as briefly and succinctly as I can is try to provide you a lot of information in terms of where we are with the UDO update process.
Liquor issues, here we.
Well, either that. There we go. So again, my apologies for being technologically limited. We are here to discuss the update on the current UDO process, discuss what In Focus is doing and working with your local planning staff with the consolidation of existing regulations, what some of our current recommendations are, what our opportunities and constraints have been and are unfortunately going to continue to be, and then answer any questions about potential final schedule. And what I want to make sure everybody in the room understands is this is a project that's born of a partnership. It's not mandates. As a consultant, we're not coming into your community and telling you what you ought to do and what you ought not to do. Our responsibility is to work with your local staff, to work with and take comments from local stakeholders, and do a reorganization and readoption of your ordinance that addresses local needs, not what I think you need. Our ultimate goal here is to ensure that we are properly implementing your recently adopted comprehensive plan. That's the whole purpose and intent of the Unified Development Ordinance. So as noted on the slide, we are not attempting to dictate this process. Your local staff of professional planners is managing the process, and we serve as an adjunct to the staff. We view ourselves as an extension of your current professional staff and are providing them with the necessary assistance to do the comprehensive update and ensure consistency with not only state law, but as I've already indicated, the adopted comprehensive plan. So what is a UDO? For those that may not know, it's a document that encapsulates land use regulations. That would be zoning, subdivision, any applicable design guidelines, flood regulations, stormwater, parking, signage, watershed, if necessary, et cetera, into a single document so that staff, lay people, local residents, developers can have a one-stop shop for what they have to comply with in order to develop their property. It's designed to assist all parties involved in the development review process, whether it be the staff, planning board, and some level, the elected officials, developers, local residential stakeholders understand what their opportunities and constraints are. Per North Carolina General Statute 160D 103, we do have the authority to create a unified development ordinance or a consolidated land development ordinance document. Our ultimate goal is to create a one-stop shop for all permitting and development information so that people can just look at one document and obtain all the information they need to be successful through the development review process.
There you, oh, you went too far.
Yeah, well.
The button doesn't like me. I'm sorry, folks. So the overall purpose of this project is, I've already said it twice, but I'm going to say it a third time, is to ensure consistency with your recently adopted comprehensive plan. Remember that any land use regulation is the implementation document of an adopted comprehensive plan. So it is the mechanism that ensures that the goals, policies, and objectives of that plan are fully implemented. We're here to ensure that you're consistent with state law, which seems to be a moving target almost on a daily basis. We are going to be updating implementation strategies, ensure all available tools are available to your staff to properly manage development and growth within your community. This document will affect the community's vision for growth and development and employ uniform organizational structure for boards, commissions, staffing arrangements for the administration and enforcement of this ordinance. My main note to you is you don't have to reinvent the wheel for every ordinance when you have a UDO. It all relies on a consolidated list of procedures, policies, and regulatory guidelines so that you have a true one-stop shop. So what does this project do? I've already addressed consistency with the comp plan. It reorganizes and consolidates review procedures, including subdivision plan development projects. It does propose revisions to existing zoning districts and your table of uses, and we'll get to that question in a minute. It does provide recommendations on increased stormwater standards. That will be reviewed by your engineering department. It does attempt to address concerns that I've heard from local residents, elected officials, and planning board members, and certainly staff about workforce housing by creating inclusionary zoning processes. And it attempts to address landscaping and open space standards as well as contract neutral sign standards. This ordinance update process does not, and we've said this on a couple of occasions during community meetings, establish a development moratorium. There's pretty arduous processes you have to go through per state law to establish a moratorium. And unfortunately, that's not what this process is going to do for you. This project does not eliminate the authority of the planning board as it relates to current review of projects, with the exception of subdivisions, which we'll talk about in a minute. It does not prohibit multifamily housing. Unfortunately, it does not establish a proactive tree protection ordinance because you don't have the statute authority to do that. That would be a separate process. Or it does not allow, as I have been asked during the various community meetings I've participated in, an opportunity for a public veto. Unfortunately, that's not how the land use process works anywhere in the state of North Carolina. So what are we doing? Well, we have updated your general provisions, Article 1. We've ensured appropriate reference to state law. We've ensured there's adequate reference to the bona fide farm exemptions. Remember, you do not regulate bona fide farm activities, consistent with the definitions of state law. We've updated language on zoning map and property reference. We've also ensured that you have an appropriate reference to your current comprehensive plan. We've redefined how zoning district boundaries are to be determined by the staff. We've created a transitional provision section. What happens when you have two ordinances that have been enforced? That section addresses how people can move forward with respect to the enforcement of the new code. And last but not least, we've developed a new state of emergency authorization procedure. If there is a cataclysmic storm event in the area, this provision authorizes staff, with the approval of the elected officials for Brunswick County, who will go certain permitting projects to allow for emergency housing. And this is a tool that we are encouraging all of our clients to adopt. With respect to Articles 2 and 3, we are centralizing all of your administrative review procedures in 2 articles. Right now, they're scattered through about half a dozen. We expand to define staff authority, ensuring that they have proper authority to enforce the ordinance. We are updating all permit procedures and making sure they're located in the central article. We are updating these review procedures consistent with local needs and policies. We are also streamlining permit review procedures for the benefit of all parties, from a staff, advisory board, elected official, applicant, and the general public concept. Uniform standards. Everyone knows what they are obligated and required to do at any step of the process. Sometimes that answer is no.
But we have to be able to tell an applicant or developer no, and also give him or her what they may have to, what they could potentially do to get their development project approved in Brunswick County. Article 4, we are updating your zoning districts. We are actually recommending new districts, a new agricultural and conservation district intended to be for the rural areas of the county to very low density. We are recommending a major commercial overlay district along Highway 17 to address development along that corridor, especially suggesting and requiring independent service lanes instead of independent multiple curb cuts on Highway 17 to help address some of the traffic issues that you all are experiencing. We are recommending you adopt a heavy industrial overlay district that would take some of your more, I hate to use the term egregious, but intensive industrial land uses and puts them in very key categories so that there's more opportunity for public review and comment. We're also updating your existing airport overlay. We are ensuring that your code references new place types, specifically tying general use zoning district to specific categories of your comprehensive plan. Where can the new agricultural conservation district, for example, be developed? Your revised and updated ordinance is going to have a causal link between that and the adopted 2040 comprehensive blueprint. It ties specific districts as having to be served by public utilities. We establish a base allowable density. We also reference potential density bonuses for the provision of workforce housing, for the preservation of additional open space beyond what the minimum staff has recommended, and also provide opportunities for Brunswick to become proactive in the inclusionary zoning process. We have renamed your residential districts to coincide with a state bill that is currently being reviewed at the General Assembly that requires districts to be named in coordination with the density permitted in that district.
What's that bill number?
Off the top of my head, it's called the swimming pool bill. The reason I say that, it used to be House Bill 765, but they've removed key portions of that bill and put them into this new bill. I'll be more than happy to get you that information before I leave today. We are updating your table of uses. We have to maintain allowable land uses as they currently exist to ensure compliance with state law. Because I cannot get you in a process where you are accused of downzoning property. We're going to get to that a little bit more in a minute. We have updated definitions in your land use categories, provided detailed explanations on exceptions. The one example I'll give you is to try to provide a key to a layperson reading the ordinance who's looking to develop a specific use. And they may think that that's an assembly land use, i.e. a land use where someone comes into a building and assembles for any type of purpose. We're providing a roadmap if it's not necessarily that land use category where they can find it in your code. We are providing and expanding as best we can regulations governing the development of certain land uses, either by right, permitted subject to development standards, or special uses. We're also ensuring there's clarity on what uses are prohibited within Brunswick County's general use zoning district. From a subdivision process, we are recommending that staff be the sole party responsible for reviewing subdivisions. That's also consistent with a pending bill being reviewed by the North Carolina General Assembly that eliminates planning board or even elected official review of subdivisions. We are requiring a 30% minimum open space standard in subdivision projects. That would be preserving existing foliage, be preserving floodway in open space. It would encourage, excuse me, it would encourage preservation of the AE and 1% annual area and inundations for flood as part of the open space as well. We are recommending that your major subdivisions be limited to 50 lots, including any residual lot. What happens if you're proposing 51 lots? That becomes a planned development. We are recommending that planned developments become a conditional zoning district, meaning in order to get approval of a PD, you have to go through the CZ process. That involves a legislative hearing. So rather than staff having the authority to review and take action on a planned development, it's going to go through a public hearing process. We are relocating and updating your street standards, recognizing that we are going to have to do that in cooperation on a certain level with the Department of Transportation. We are also, as part of the PD process, developing new master plan standards and requirements to try to address some of the issues that I've heard, not only at the public information meetings, but here today, concerning stormwater, traffic impact, provision of utilities, et cetera. General development requirements is a new Article 6. There's going to be updated standards governing lot and building standards, how we handle single versus multiple land use requirements, i.e. a single family residence built on a parcel of property or multiple residences built on a parcel of property. Existing housing type standards have been moved from section 415 to the current Article 6. We are modernizing how you all determine encroachments and how you measure height. We've updated your fence and wall regulations. We're also recommending the adoption of general performance standards to address noise, air pollution, liquid waste, et cetera. You don't have this currently. We're recommending you have some general standards that address these issues. As I've already indicated, streets, it's going to be a new consolidated article. We are trying to ensure that connectivity requirements are preserved and enhanced. We are trying to ensure that maintenance requirements are clarified and explained who maintains what. We've increased the minimum right-of-way from 45 to 50 feet. Why? Well, it's easier to modify and expand that road network using the expanded right-of-way. You can't get additional right-of-way from 45 feet. That wouldn't be practical. And it would hopefully eliminate the need for multiple curb cuts and multiple roadways, increasing the issues you're experiencing with traffic. I want to remind everybody that new roads will still have to demonstrate compliance with applicable state fire codes, as you already are required to do. We're not changing that. We can't change that. And we'll be working in cooperation with your local fire chiefs and your fire marshal for the county on the review of the street section.
One question on the 50-foot right of way. Is that what DOT's typically is? Is that the reason? I know it says to help make it more likely to be able to meet their standards. So is that pretty much what their standard is?
You are correct. I'm not going to say you're wrong, but I'll say this. DOT recognizes a 40-foot 5 right of way as well in their general design standards and manual. 50-foot, however, does allow for additional expansion opportunities and, in my humble opinion, allows you to establish a uniform roadway connection network versus a haphazard network relying on smaller lots. With your sign regulations, we are ensuring that you are content neutral in order to ensure consistency with recent Supreme Court cases. We're updating your graphics. We are classifying your signage as either authorized or no permit is required. An example of that could be a political sign or a real estate sign. Signs that are permitted have to get a sign permit from county staff, and then prohibited, i.e. they're not allowed in your district. We're also updating your outdoor advertising, your billboard standards. One area of concern that I've heard that I am working to address with your staff is electronic billboards and the issues they present from a public safety standpoint. From a landscaping standpoint, I am attempting.
Mike, I got to interrupt.
Sorry.
What public safety? What public safety standpoints?
Well,
Electronic billboards.
at 10 or 11 o'clock at night, when you have a bright billboard that continuously changes multiple messages, it can become a distraction, depending on the brightness of the billboard. And I've unfortunately seen this in Alamance County extensively. It can blind motorists as they're traveling and also is a distraction to them. So we are attempting to adopt standards to control the rate of message change and the brightness of the electronic device.
Okay.
It's a good question. Thank you for that. So from a landscaping standpoint, we are attempting to incorporate what staff has recently recommended. Again, we have to abide by current state law, which means we cannot create, with the adoption of an ordinance, a nonconformity, and then enforce it on a property owner without his or her consent. So we're having to thread a very narrow needle in order to ensure consistency with state law. We're simplifying your tables, outlining required landscaping. We're clarifying what landscaping is permitted. You want to encourage drought-tolerant local vegetation. And then the maintenance responsibilities, who has to maintain it. We are working with your floodplain administrator on new floodplain updates. I had the pleasure of speaking with your floodplain administrator at length on Friday. We are working through some updates and modernization of the flood ordinance, specifically focusing on trying to address incorporation of new development standards to help reduce impacts of development on flood levels. I will say that we also have to ensure that we're not creating nonconformities with the adoption of any flood regulation. One example I'll give you is that right now you have a standard you enforce that's called the freeboard requirement. So if you have a base flood elevation of 500 feet, you actually require a house, its first floor of habitable living space, including utilities, to be elevated 2 foot above 500 feet. So a total of 502. Why? Because it ensures that any mistake or any issues associated with the flood will not take out the house. FEMA has recommended communities consider a 4-foot freeboard. Now, in practice, that sounds like a really good idea. The unfortunate reality is that creates nonconformities. And I'm not going to waste your all's time with an ordinance amendment that I know is not going to pass muster. And I'm not going to do anything inconsistent with staff direction from your floodplain administrator. Stormwater. We're going to be working with the county engineering staff. We are recommending a design standard for a 100-year storm event. As part of that process, that's going to be up to the county engineering staff to work with me to ensure that they're comfortable with that. I will say that your planning staff has gotten voluntary compliance with that standard already for lots of developments. The issue for me is, again, ensuring that I'm not creating a situation where you could be accused of creating a nonconformity.
That's for the stormwater retention. I see conveyance below, so that's for the, just for the retention part. Is that correct?
Correct. Conveyance, I'm still having to figure out how to handle conveyance. And actually, your floodplain administrator gave me some real interesting ideas that I'm going to be moving forward with to try to ensure that conveyance can address not only the safe transfer of stormwater, but that it will not impact local roadways. Administration and enforcement, bluntly, we're updating your current administrative and enforcement sections to comply with state law. We're making sure that your staff has the tools they need to be successful. We're modernizing your current language and processes, and we're cleaning up existing language to ensure it's easy to comprehend and thereby easy to enforce. We have come up with your whole new non-conforming article. This addresses those land uses that are no longer compliant with your local codes. We are simplifying the standards. We are ensuring consistent cross-referencing with the other standards of your UDO. We also ensuring consistency with state allowances. It is my humble opinion that if state laws change to address the downzoning issue, which I hope it does happen, but we don't seem to have any forward motion on that yet. Kirsty, planning staff throughout the state are going to have to come up with a new non-conforming model, because you're not going to have non-conformities anymore. You're going to have uses that were legal and are effectively granted what I'm calling a de facto vested right. So we're going to have to reinvent how we handle non-conformities if state law changes again to address the downzoning provision. So we'll keep you informed on that. We are updating your definitions, relocating definitions. I will point out, after conferring with your staff, your flood damage prevention regulation definitions are going to continue to be in your flood ordinance. Why? Because state FEMA staff that has to review it likes it that way, and there's no reason to change it. We'll just ensure that there's appropriate reference in the definitions to where those definitions are located in your UDO. So I'd like to talk a little bit about opportunities and constraints. Obviously, the opportunity that has worked to our favor, worked to your favor, is that this has been a cooperative work environment with the public, local developers, staff, and that will guarantee this project is successful. And again, it goes back to the in-focus model and the model that we worked with your staff to produce. We see ourselves as an extension of your planning staff. We're not the consultant coming in and telling you how to run your county. We will have a simplified ordinance. It'll be easier to follow and by extrapolation, easier to administer and enforce. It will also guarantee the proper implementation of your new comprehensive plan by ensuring those policies and objectives are captured in the updated UDO. It ensures a balance between the need to allow development while protecting the local environment. That is our central goal. Remember what zoning is, ladies and gentlemen. Zoning is local government's opportunity to ensure that one person's reasonable use of property does not negatively impact their neighbor or limit their reasonable use of property. So as part of this UDO update, we are trying to ensure that balance to move you forward purposefully. This project has also allowed staff to partner with diverse interest groups, from the development community to the general public, those individuals concerned about stormwater, traffic congestion, traffic impacts. This project has allowed a lot of people to come together and, in my opinion, help develop a better ordinance for Brunswick County. What are our constraints? Well, current state law amendments are making our job somewhat difficult, as I'm sure you can imagine. With several bills still potentially under for consideration, with in-focus staff and your planning staff having to address the downzoning provision, it has impacted our ability to finish the UDO as we continue to wait to see what shoe is going to drop next. We also have to ensure that we're managing public expectations versus reality. We are trying to capture, to the best of our ability, consistent with state law and your adopted comp plan, all the issues that local residents would like to see addressed in one uniform process. That's not easy to do, but we are going to do our best to do it in a transparent and public and professional way. We also have to ensure reasonable use of property. I cannot in good conscience give you an ordinance that, because of how we wrote it and perceived inconsistencies with state law, puts you in court. I have an ethical obligation to give you an ordinance that not only implements your comprehensive plan, but is consistent with state law and will not subject you to unnecessary litigation. That's my responsibility.
Mine too.
So the $64,000 question, no pun intended. We had anticipated having the UDO presented by May, June of this year. What happened? I know that you've heard me. I'm just going to summarize the slide. We are still dealing with several bill changes at the General Assembly that alter the draft UDO that we have created. We paused the process to try to figure out what's going to happen with some of these bills. Why? Because not only am I responsible ethically to ensure that I keep you out of court, I'm also responsible ethically to ensure that local taxpayer dollars are used properly. And I'm not going to bill you for work that I have to redo 2 weeks later because of the whim of the General Assembly.
Appreciate that.
We are still tracking several bills. I was involved in a legislative session on Friday with the American Planning Association North Carolina Legislative Committee. And I think it's fair to say we're all throwing up our hands and beating our heads on our desk, but we have an obligation to move you forward purposely, properly, and professionally. We have to ensure that this update is consistent with applicable state law. So I want to remind everybody of this. InFocus has a warranty period for all of its unified development ordinances. When you enter into a contract with my firm, we produce a unified development ordinance for you. We effectively have a 2-year warranty period. InFocus staff is available at our expense, not yours, to provide assistance, to look at possible amendments for a 2-year period from the date of adoption. We are partnering with you for the long haul. We're not going to let you flail around as you're trying to figure out how best to implement any state law change that comes down the pike as we're getting this ordinance done. So where are we in the process? I will just say that we are finalizing our draft with, unfortunately, It looks like a choose your own adventure book right now, and I'm not going to lie to you. It tries to give Kirsty and her staff options as it relates to how we're going to address state law changes. Once they review it, InFocus staff will be going back out to the community. We will be conducting public outreach meetings. We'll be meeting with local stakeholders and then finalizing the draft to present to the planning board and ultimately to you all. And I've been asked to, even with the current issues at the state, try to finalize the choose your own adventure book as best as I can so that Kirsty and her staff can give me direction and get you all moving forward. And I think unfortunately, trying to wait for the state is no longer viable. So with that, I'm more than happy to answer any questions you have, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you for a very succinct presentation. I appreciate that. We'll start. You have any questions?
Well, I might. Y'all go ahead and start. Y'all the men, and then I'll.
All right. Sure, I'll start, and I've got a recommendation as well. First off, I think it was a comprehensive overview. I think you covered just about all my questions as I went through, especially on the last sheet, because I was very concerned about the timeline for all the work. Now, I am curious if you're going to have to go back and have meetings with staff again after we do figure out what the state's going to do. On that, you mentioned the fact that you had a group or an association that you dealt with in Raleigh. I think y'all ought to look at your lobbyist and see if you can improve that a little bit. Now, maybe that'll help you on your end of the participation in Raleigh. But honestly, for us, my recommendation is, and we can consider it and you can take it for a vote. I know that we have spoken with our legislators independently, but I think a letter from the board outlining what the UDO and not being able to make the provisions to the UDO is doing for us as decision makers within our county. That there's critical decisions that need to be made that we cannot do so, bless you, because of the current legislation, and that needs to be changed. So I just, if you want that in the form of a motion, whenever, I'll be glad to make that in the form of a motion. And then my last question, if I haven't forgotten it from the from dealing with the legislature, we had several items that the bill in Raleigh was shared with us that it may not impact some of the UDO changes. Now, why are we not moving forward with those UDO changes that the law doesn't impact? So we can go ahead and get those through the system and act on those appropriately if we need to.
So I'll provide you my answer.
Okay.
Which doesn't necessarily mean it may be the right answer, but I'll provide what I think the answer is. You have to remember that the non-conforming section of the general statute is adopted in December of 24. Effectively says you can't downzone property. Now, downzoning property isn't just changing the zoning designation. It's eliminating land uses, or it's creating nonconformities on a development site. So the example I'll give you is if you adopt an ordinance that says instead of a 10-foot wide buffer, we're now going to a 20-foot wide buffer. That creates an on-site nonconformity, and that's not consistent with state law as it currently reads. You would need that individual's permission to enforce that standard on him or her. And the issue is it creates a nightmare for staff to figure out who legitimately you have the authority to enforce the rule on or not. It made perfect sense for us and for other communities that I'm serving working on this process, because we were given the impression that the fix, which was proposed in February through about 24 individual bills, was going to be done. We're now in August, and guess what? We're no closer to a fix.
Hmm.
So we, to finish this project and finish this project in other communities as well, are effectively having to create appendices where current sites under certain land use standards, and let's just continue with landscaping, just as my example, they may have to be subject to the enforcement of that appendicing. And the new development's going to be subject to the new ordinance. But we cannot create a nonconformity. We cannot take an existing conforming land use and make it non-conforming the way the bill currently reads. That's our hangup.
Okay, but there are those that we've got recommended changes that do not fall under the conformity.
Correct. There are some changes you all that I've incorporated in the UDO that will not have an impact, will not be classified as down zoning.
So,
And we're
so
moving
why are
forward.
we not moving forward on those?
Well, from my standpoint, it's
I mean,
cleaner.
if you're locked in and you can't do anything and you don't know what you're gonna be doing, it sounds like to me, for several months, possibly, then why should we be in stalemate with something that we can move forward and do?
Well, our goal is to give you a comprehensive update, not a piecemeal update, so that we can better track. I mean, I understand your point, and I'm not saying it's not a valid point, but I think that this county is better served by having a total updated ordinance that's not done piecemeal, that doesn't create enforcement hazards as it relates to which ordinance standard is applicable and not applicable. And I think over the next couple of weeks, you're going to see a development ordinance that the staff can at least give us feedback on, and we go back out to the public and get it to the planning board. So I think we're there. We just chose to wait 4 months to see if the fix was going to be done by the General Assembly as they indicated it would. And unfortunately, they didn't do it.
All right, how, can staff provide the commissioners with a list of those UDO changes that would not impact so that we can make a decision on moving forward with those or not?
So any design change would create a non-conforming.
Okay,
So
but I guess what I'm saying is there are some out there that won't.
So like the process for rezoning or plan development wouldn't create a non-conformance. Those would be the processes. Would not create, but any design standards, a lot of the stuff that we hear that the public wants are gonna create non-conformance.
I understand.
And that's really why we really wanted to fix at the state level, so we could propose stuff people want.
Well, again, I go back to my letter.
But we also want
stating
to do we can't piecemeal what we have because it's been piecemealed a lot. So we need a fresh new ordinance. So we don't want to do piecemeals. It creates a lot of enforcement problems and section problems. And so that's one of the other reasons why we're moving forward with a fresh document.
But isn't that what you're having to do by waiting on the state to make a decision on what they're gonna do? You were headed in one direction, then you had to stop and head off in a different direction because of what the state implemented. And now I guess we're gonna wait to see what the state does to head in a different
No,
direction.
I've been tasked with just moving it forward and giving Kirsty and her staff as many options as humanly possible. And we're going to pick the ones that your local attorney, your staff, your planning board think are most viable and enforceable that don't create the nonconformity. There's going to be several components of this ordinance that we may not necessarily be able to do the update that we wanted. But the good news is because in Focus has a warranty period, we'll be working with your staff over the next 2 years once adoption to address any changes that are necessary.
Okay, and I missed that. So what's your time frame now?
We can't tell you the exact time frame because we still have to do review, but by this fall, definitely think that we'll be in front of you by this fall.
I'm finished.
We'll do some public hearings. We're gonna be meeting with you each individually, probably in the next 30 to 40 days. And then we will, to make some decisions on a couple of different items. Then we also have to meet back with some focus groups. And then after those changes, based on those, we will then move forward to a public presentation.
And I don't think that you're the only one that needs a stronger lobbyist. I think our Association of County Commissioners needs a
wouldn't
stronger
dispute that.
lobbyist as well. But that, I'll leave that where it's at.
First of all, thank you. When we hired you, I had no idea what to expect from this process, but you are very good at what you do. You've explained this, I think, very complex document in a way that the five of us can generally understand, which is probably no small feat because none of us do professionally what you do every day. So
Well, thank you for that, but you also need to thank your staff. You have
Yes.
a professional staff that is interested in getting the project done and promoting the needs of Brunswick County. So this is, again, and I know you've heard me say this twice, this is a true partnership, and that's how we handle this type of project.
And we thank them often for putting up with us. So, but I just, this is certainly a lot to process. I have marked up the heck out of my printout of your presentation, and we'll probably have more questions later, but it's one of those things I want to digest it, but
You have plenty of time to ask me
I know.
questions, sir. This is not the only time we're going to be talking.
And I guess, one question is, when will we start to see the actual language of the specific ordinances? And what?
So after staff completes its review,
Okay.
they've reviewed several chapters, not the full document, for the reasons that I've already obviously
And-
articulated, and I know you understand. It doesn't make it any better to accept. I respect that, but once your staff gives me their comments, we get a final draft, then we're going to be doing focus group meetings, which means I'm going to be meeting with all of you like I did back last December and January.
Yeah, and that's, to me, that's an important part of the process, because on anything like this, it's certainly a very big picture document that we're working on.
Yep.
And I absolutely agree that it needs to be comprehensive, not piecemeal. I don't want to replace a patchwork quilt with a patchwork quilt. I want to replace it. And over time, no matter what we adopt in 10 years, it's probably going to have been amended to the point that this needs to be done again, because that's just what happens over time.
Well, ordinances are living, breathing documents,
Exactly.
and they're designed to be updated to address the needs of the community. So no, I'm going to be giving you a document that's updated, that's modern, but it doesn't mean you're not going to be doing
Right.
amendments to address local needs.
And in terms of the letter Commissioner Thompson suggested, what would y'all think if we do that about just attaching a PDF of this PowerPoint to it? Because that'd be, rather than try to explain everything in the letter, here's what our consultant's working on.
I'm happy to
What'd you think
support you
about-
all, whatever you decide to do with that.
Did you have an
I'll
objection?
just be going through
I
your planning
think that
director.
would be very appropriate.
Okay. But again, thank you, and I'm sure I'll have more questions as I dig through this again later.
Again, thank you, Michael. I thought that was an excellent presentation and in layman terms for all of us, so I thank you for that.
Mhm.
On this page, it says why the delay. You have in focus staff anticipates adoption in May or June of 2025.
That was the original
Right,
plan, yes, sir.
And what happened? I think we were all kind of anticipating that.
Mhm.
Okay, things at the General Assembly got so ugly that they went home.
Yeah.
Which was kind of unique to me. They were infighting so much over these bills, and a lot of other stuff that they just decided too many bad feelings and too much going on, so they just simply went home and aren't coming back until sometime mid next month.
Yep.
I don't know, having spoken to a member of my delegation twice in the last week, have been told, as I know a couple of others here have been told by the same member, they don't anticipate even getting into this until late September, early October at best.
Yep.
Nobody has a feel for what's gonna happen between the two chambers, which leaves us in this quandary of, what do? We
Mhm.
sit here twiddling our thumbs, not being allowed to do anything. I know it's been explained by our legal and management and all of that. I'm not gonna support anything that I believe could potentially be illegal and put us in litigation, as you stated as well. I don't know where we are, and it's a lousy place to be in. There are some things I'd love to see get done.
Mhm.
But we're so handcuffed, can't do anything. And it seems, as you seem to have stated, we're in a hurry up and wait point. There's nothing we can do until Raleigh gets their act together and tells us what we can do.
Mhm.
So I thank you for pointing that out so candidly.
No problem. Mr. Chairman, I will say this, misery loves company. You have the same problem as everybody, every
Oh,
unit
it's
of
all
local
100
government in North
counties.
Carolina.
Yeah.
That doesn't make this any better.
No.
But my hope is that we could at least have a path forward for the final UDO It will be a little clunkier than I personally want, but it will be legal. And right now, that's all I care about, is giving you the product you all need that will keep you out of court and be consistent with state law and your comp plan.
My number one concern as well, so I thank you for that.
Okay, I guess I'm last, which I said I would be. I appreciate your presentation tonight. I do have some concerns. I have, back in 22, I think if our board and our staff had took action to my email requesting the UDO to be corrected, we wouldn't be here waiting for a down zone. It would have already been done. So that's the problem. We have put it aside, and now we're at the place where we can't make any changes. But with that said, I do have a couple questions about the open space. Explain the open space you're talking about here. Does this include the wetlands
It would.
as part of the open space?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I don't like that. I don't think wetlands should be considered. So is that part of the state law?
It is not necessarily part of the state law, but wetlands are viewed as protected environmental features. There are wetlands that the Army Corps of Engineers will not let you touch. You are allowed to develop certain wetlands with what's called a 404 permit. There are wetland features, however, that are not able to be disturbed. The way I have your code written currently is that it's wetlands that are designated to be protected that are not subject to a 404 permit. So you as the developer would effectively have to determine whether or not you need to develop that wetland or not and go through the appropriate Army Corps process. So the ball is in your court as the developer. What I'm doing is establishing a mechanism that allows you to get credit for preservation of environmentally sensitive areas and existing foliage.
I haven't seen this section yet, so is there gonna be recreation, open space
Yep.
requirements too? So there'll be
Yep.
upland recreational requirements too, so there's a layer of open space requirements. Open space meaning natural areas is the one that you would refer to. There will be other open space requirements.
Right.
Okay, you also mentioned you're revising the zoning districts and tables.
Mhm.
Can that not be done now, or is that non-conforming if we redid the zoning?
It can be done now as long as you do not forcibly rezone someone's property against his or her will.
Well,
What I also can't do, not to interrupt you, I'm sorry, I cannot eliminate land uses from particular districts. So right now, just to give you a general example, if you allow commercial activity in your ag district, I cannot pull that land use out of that district because that would eliminate a land use that is now per state law protected.
Well, to me, I think if we could have revised some of the zoning situations right now, I think that would help us with the development.
We're creating new districts. It's going to be up to the county to work with property owners to implement with their acquiescence. They have to give permission.
Well, I would like for staff to bring that forward to us to look at.
Well, I think once I get the comprehensive document done, you will be seeing it as soon as the staff is finished with its review.
Yeah, but you're saying that, are you talking about now or after the down zoning?
No, I'm talking now that I'm gonna
Okay,
just create the districts. They just can't be implemented without property owner permission.
So he's gonna put the new districts in the new document, but we can't rezone the whole entire county because that would be considered down zoning. We would definitely be rezoning people's property. We can't do that. Now, if the owner assigns them, then we can rezone. So if somebody applies for rezoning, they can choose one of those new districts to rezone to because the owner is signing saying they want the rezoning. But we can't do a countywide rezoning under the current state law, which is typically what you would do with a new ordinance. Is you would do a countywide. So we can't mandate the new zoning districts, but people can choose to rezone them over time.
okay, the other thing that I have is, I see here that you say that you cannot eliminate authority of the planning board. So that would be us that would make that decision, correct?
Correct. I'm not proposing that because I've been told by several elected officials, planning board members and staff that that's not the direction you all want to go in. If you all take a vote, if a majority of you vote to give me different direction, then that's your prerogative. But as of right now, I'm not changing your review and approval authority, because that's not the guidance I've been given to do.
Well, my guidance would be that you would have the authority to do that. So I don't know which elected official told you that that shouldn't be touched.
I met with several elected officials in December and January, and they were not keen on changing current review procedure.
Well, I'd like to make a motion that it be added. I don't know if I'll get a second here, but I think it needs to be changed. I don't think that the planning board should be the authority for these projects. I think it should be us as elected officials.
Mhm.
We've been elected by the people and for the people, and that we should be the ones making the final decision. So I mean, I didn't hear a second to change that authority, so I guess they don't want it changed.
If she's putting that in the form of a motion, I'll go ahead and second that. I would like to have some discussion.
Well, that's what I'm saying, staff, I want staff to bring it back.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the motion that she's making to have.
It
Can I-
added to the agenda.
If I just second the motion to have an alternate route for approval of plans coming and holding the commissioners responsible, I would like to see it come back. I think that's what I hear her saying, in some type of presentation, so that I thoroughly understand how the review process is going to play out before it gets to the commissioners. Does that make sense?
There's something we need to add. So he's proposing in the future, the planned developments to be a rezone. So you would be the authority. If somebody were to appeal a planned development, you would be the authority. It would come to you.
I don't think I want them to have to do that over an appeal, because they're appealing the planning board. I thought that what the motion was, I thought, was to bring all development to the board and have the board make the decision. And if that's the case, though, I'd like to know what the review process is until it gets to the board. And if a presentation or something that I can have in my hand to understand what that process would look like, I guess is what I'm asking.
Yeah, I
for.
agree
don't-
with you.
I mean, I don't want to, I guess the motion that I seconded is not is to have staff come back with, this is what it would look like if the commissioners were doing it. So I understand what the process is, and so I understand what the statutory authority would be with that. And if the planning board is still involved in that process.
Well, the direct answer is the planning board has to be involved because they make recommendations.
Okay.
If you're changing your process to indicate that you are going to be the entity holding the legislative hearing, then all that's going to happen is your planning board will make a recommendation. Excuse me, make a recommendation to you all, and you will hold the legislative hearing versus the planning board.
And that's the way it used to be when in 2012, let's see, yeah. When I got elected, we did that. We did the planning board went through it, they voted, and then it came over to us to have the public hearing.
But that would only cover legislative items. So
Yeah,
plan developments, rezonings, planning board make a recommendation. If you change it and it comes to you, then you're making the decision.
Can we ask staff to put back on screen the slide for that has new subdivision processes at the top? So we can, if you can just re-review what you're already recommending, so we can make sure we're all on the same page there.
So with subdivisions, remember that there is current language going through the North Carolina General Assembly that would eliminate a planning board or even elected body's authority to take action on plats, subdivision proposals. It would be exclusively for the staff to do. There is a movement that effectively would terminate your planning board's ability to do that. What we're recommending is that staff take action on all subdivisions up to 50 lots. If you're proposing 51 or more lots, it becomes a planned development that's now going to be a conditional zoning process, meaning it has to go through a legislative hearing. Currently, your legislative hearing is held by your planning board. If someone appeals their decision, either to approve or deny, that would come to you. But your planning board has development review authority under your current ordinance, consistent with state law.
Just to clarify on the rezoning appeals he's speaking of, when it does come back to you, it comes back as a completely new item. You treat the planning board decision as if it was recommendations. So you basically will just rehab the legislative hearing and hear it from scratch.
I'm a little bit confused. I took your motion to mean eliminate the planning board
No.
and everything come to us.
No,
And Randy had said, have staff bring us something. Am I right?
That's right.
At the next meeting or so?
Yeah.
To, come up with a better plan on how to do this.
Is it?
Okay.
And to be honest with you, I mean, whenever it comes for us, I'm not really sure I'm in agreement with what you just stated either.
Right.
About,
That's-
if that's the new legislation, that's why it's so important for us to get our state legislature on board with what our desires are. Because I think staff approving and not having our.
Well, in most communities, subdivisions are the sole purview of staff to administer a process and decide, because it's a binary issue. It either meets your ordinance or it doesn't. If it doesn't, the staff doesn't approve it. If a subdivision development proposal meets your ordinance, there's an obligation to approve it.
Can you state the difference in a subdivision and a planned development, just so we can have that clear? Because I'm sure those are not identical terms.
Well, a subdivision is the splitting up of a parcel into individual lots for the creation of lots. And it also involves the creation of the necessary infrastructure to support development, roadways, utility extensions if necessary, et cetera. What my proposal, or what my recommendation is that subdivisions would be reviewed by staff. If you are proposing a subdivision of property, 51 lots or more, it is processed as a planned development, meaning it has to go through a legislative public hearing process.
and that zoning would already be set for that.
Oh, man,
Oh, I thought
Zoning
we were
is
gonna
only-
have a zoning district.
the zoning is only set if it's approved as a planned development conditional zone.
I'm talking about the subdivision.
Well, subdivisions are based on current zoning, correct?
That's what I was saying.
Mhm.
So if it's a subdivision, the zoning that we change with the districts should be in effect for that subdivision if we pass the new UDO.
It would be essentially the base zoning district. It just has to be approved through a different process, a process that involves a legislative hearing.
Gotcha. Yes.
Subdivision does not require zoning change.
No.
Planned development does. That's my
Correct.
understanding.
Yes.
Okay.
And new, and proposed.
Right.
Right,
yes,
that's
yeah.
proposed.
The way it is now, it all goes before the planning board?
No, you have two options. You can do a subdivision or you can do a planned development up to the applicant. If it is a major subdivision, it goes to the planning board, and the question is, does it meet minimum criteria? And there's a base list of criteria. It pretty much comes from the North Carolina General Statutes. They can choose a planned development. They're allowed to cluster. They're providing a lot more open space if they do the planned development option. And it is a site plan approval. It is not a rezone. The proposed one with a planned development would be a rezone.
On these planned developments currently, are developers doing those in phases? And are they doing it in phases so they can get around some of our requirements?
We have from day one, planned development in 2007, encourage everybody to do the whole development, because if the planning board and the.
Are they doing that? I guess that's my question.
And doesn't do it in phases, we can see access points better and we can do better planning for infrastructure. And we know what's coming, it's better for schools, and everybody knows what's coming, even if it's
Makes
a
sense.
30, 40-year project like a St. James. it's
But
better.
are they doing that?
Yes, they are.
There's none that are doing phases
They're-
so that they can get around some of our requirements.
I would not say no. We have, since we required the TIA before, we have seen several projects due to the minimum before the TIA requirement. Since then, yes, the TIA has pushed some people.
Okay.
And some people might not be ready, maybe they haven't purchased the property, they purchased some property, but they're purchasing more, so they do the first part of their project, that's what they own, but they're purchasing more, so they come back a year or two later, so.
So are you requiring whenever they come back and they got that phase two for the ones that went around the TIA requirement, are you requiring a TIA then?
Oh, yeah.
Whenever they come back for the second?
Right, the cumulative threshold is hit, so you have no choice but to do a TIA.
Okay.
And the proposed ordinance would do the same thing, maintain that same specificity.
And that's after they've already broken ground, and that's would be months or years later?
But sometimes they might have a house or two, in other cases, it's still just on paper, and they haven't done it.
Okay.
I still have some questions.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
No, you're fine. Okay, you mentioned it also about a noise ordinance.
Mhm.
Okay, how does that affect, people that were already here, grandfathered in? Let's say somebody has a rooster and somebody complains about that, noise.
This wouldn't impact barnyard animals or livestock.
Okay, so the next question is, if it involves another noise, let's say sound, are we gonna be required as a county to get a meter to record the sound of the noise? To,
That's not the way the standard in Article 6 is written currently.
okay, I might need to talk to you about that.
That's fine.
The other thing is, if this downzoning is done away with,
Mhm.
How long will it take to get this UDO ready to get it?
Well, I've been tasked with getting the UDO ready now and providing the various options for both planning board and your all's consideration. So we're moving forward regardless if downzoning is eliminated or not. It would be cleaner if it were eliminated, but we can't wait any longer.
Okay. Seems like I had one more. Okay, I think I guess I'll just.
And this is not the only time you're going to be seeing me, so don't, if a question comes up, you can always reach me.
I will. Thank you.
Are we still in discussion on the motion?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
I was just checking. I'm finished.
Are there any other questions on the motion?
It's been a while since the motion was made. Can we have the motion restated?
I basically want staff to bring back how the authority, if it comes to the commissioners, what is the process and what is expected of the commissioners if we took the authority away from the planning board for the final decision-making?
And that's for planned developments is what you're referring to, correct? Or for everything?
Well, I think it's for planned development and, the subdivision, you already said that staff was gonna approve that, right?
That's the recommendation.
If we do this, could we have a couple of different options on how that would, I mean, one thing could be, let's say it's unanimous the whole way through and the planning board votes unanimously, which is kind of rare these days. Maybe it doesn't come to us, but if it's not unanimous or over. a
No,
certain
it's
percent, can't do
it's
that.
binary. It's one.
All or
zero.
nothing? Okay.
Either your planning board has the authority and then it's appealed to you, or your planning board is reviewing it, making a recommendation, and then you're holding legislative hearing to make a final and binding determination of whether or not the project is consistent with your adopted comprehensive plan.
Anything else?
Just for clarity with this, Mr. Chairman. So what I'm envisioning that staff would bring back to you through this would be a plan where it shows kind of what our current development processes are for zoning and for planned development and subdivisions, kind of on one side. This is the process now. And then what we're proposing currently as drafted in kind of another column there for you to discuss amongst yourselves and give us some direction back.
And one more column would be, what's the process going to look like if the commissioners take
Had to make
upon
it.
the
Sure.
responsibility of approval of plans?
Well, the direct and blunt answer is if you strip the authority from the planning board to make legislative decisions, then all legislative items would come to you. So that would be general use rezonings, that would be conditional rezonings, which would include plan development as I currently have it written in the ordinance. Text amendments already come to you, but that's the extent of what you're looking at.
Okay, if I can see that, and know the technical part of that. That's all.
Seems to me we're kind of putting the cart before the horse here. These bills should be addressed by the end of October. Can't see that they're gonna drag it on beyond that, because they're gonna wanna go home. It's already the long session. I would prefer that we let him do what he had planned to do. And once we know what happens with, well, it's no longer 765, but 328, 208, and everything else that they're footsing around with up there. I would rather just wait another couple of months until we have a definitive idea of what and where we could go with this. That's my opinion.
When you get finished.
So I don't believe I'm going to support this motion, but
Well,
there's four of us
this
here.
motion has nothing to do with what he's doing for rewriting the
That's
UDO.
everything to do.
No, it
We're
doesn't.
asking him to
It's,
do-
it's only authority. No, this is authority of who makes the decision. It has nothing to do with the UDO. Now, it can be added in there, but he plainly said here, he doesn't, he was told not to put the authority into the new DO, so it's not even gonna be in there. So it's still up to us to make that decision if we want it in there, or if we want to make the decision. I mean,
Well,
The UDO is going to show the process of the items and who has the authority within the text itself.
right, but he's not, if you see there what it does not do, it does not eliminate the authority of the planning board.
Correct. I haven't
I'm
been directed to
asking
do.
for us to have the stuff so we can look at it to see if we want to do away with the authority.
Gotcha.
You're correct, ma'am. I have not been asked to do that, so I'm not
That's
doing it.
correct.
And I have no problem with us looking at that at a future meeting, so.
Call for a vote?
okay, no other discussion? No questions? Okay, we have the motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? One. Me.
I'll be happy to work with your staff to get you the list.
Thank you. All right, so let's go. It has been recommended that we're all done?
Unless you have any other questions of me, I appreciate the opportunity to meet with you and
Thank you.
receive your
Thank
feedback.
you,
Thank
Michael.
you all very much.
Kirsty, appreciate that. All right. We've been sitting here for a few hours. How about a 5-minute bio break?
Yes.
And let's come back according to that clock, because they're all different around here. According to the clock on the back wall, let's be back at 5:05.
Let's do it.
David's got it now.
All
David
right,
looks very excited.
and we are back in session. Thank you, everybody. Maybe not.
Can we appoint him to a committee while he's back there?
David,
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, thank you for having me this evening. If you are experiencing deja vu on this item, it's because you've seen it before. In April, we brought this public hearing to you, which is what we're asking to be done tonight, is to have a public hearing to receive comments and suggestions on the public housing agency's goals, objectives, and policies. Why it's coming before you again today is simply the circulation, the number of days to be circulated in the local newspaper needed to be 45, and we identified that as an issue. And so we're bringing this back before you tonight to open a new public hearing. Not all is lost though, because our Section 8 supervisor, who you probably never get a chance to see here in the room, Brandy, if you want to stand up, and welcome to come up. If there's any of this that I happen to get wrong, you're welcome to talk to her, because she helps us out. You usually see Kathy on this item. Kathy's on a well-deserved vacation, so you got me instead. So with respect to the 5-year plan for the PHA, y'all heard this from Kathy in a pretty good extent in April, so I won't go through everything again. I'll just hit the highlights. The plan is modified, improves quality of assisted housing, enhances program effectiveness. We continue to apply for additional funding to meet the needs of residents as a goal, and continue to improve the lease-up rate. In your packet that you had the attachments there are 3 documents. One is the 5-year plan. The other one is the certification by the local official, which will be you, Chairman Forte, that ensures consistency with the consolidated plan, and the civil rights certification. And so what we hope is that you would open a public hearing. Staff up till this point, from the last public hearing that we did, as well as this public hearing, we've not received any comments into the office. Staff is here ready to answer any question you have, but where we're at now is just requesting that we can have a public hearing on the matter.
I need a motion to open a public hearing.
So moved. Second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Williams, Sykes. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay. Are you going to present anything before I call up the one person? Just, okay. One person that signed up for this, Christina, I'm gonna say it's Rides, R-Y-D-S. Christina, did I do that wrong?
I may have thought they signed up for public comment.
No, she didn't come up in public comments.
May have left.
One more call, Christina Rides. Looks like R-Y-D-S. Okay, Christina left.
Seeing none, I'll move to close the public hearing.
All right, motion to close, I'll second. All those in favor? Aye. That was quick and painless.
And no other action.
And again, y'all had already approved these forms before, but it might be good just to make sure the 5-year plan, the consolidated certification of consistency with the state consolidated plan, and the civil rights certification, if y'all could just speak that into a motion, just in case we need those items again, we will have them.
To move to approve those, is that what you need?
Yes, sir.
I move to approve everything David just listed.
Okay. I'll second.
Because I don't have it written down.
I'll second that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank y'all. Any words of
And-
wisdom, Brandon? You good?
We pulled 5 people from the waiting list, so HUD listed on our shortfall, so we can now help more families, so we're excited.
Well, thank you.
Cool. Thank you so much. Sorry I had to wait around all day for that. All right, moving on to the administrative report. Darrellyn, you have a seat assignment.
Actually, this falls to the board. This is for the North Carolina Coastal Counties Fishery Coalition, the request to appoint a board member to represent Brunswick County on that board.
I believe at
That
the last meeting, we already did that, but this is now a formal because they were supposed to meet this morning. Commissioner Cook was assigned to that seat and the alternate was Commissioner Sykes.
I'm not the
I
alternate.
don't think there is an alternate for that.
I'm not the alternate
But
on.
we had you as
That
an
was
alternate.
That was only
NCACC.
on the NC.
That was
ACC.
MTACC, yeah.
All right, well, Commissioner Cook was the one that was voluntold to be on it.
He seemed
Uh,
excited about it.
So I need a motion to accept that and make it legit.
So moved.
Williams. I need a second.
Second.
Thompson. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, done. Commissioner Cook. Number 3, Brent Lockamy, come on down. Come spend a couple of zillion dollars here.
Good afternoon. I'll keep it quick, hopefully. All right, so the first item I have here is to request the Board of Commissioners authorize the chairman and the clerk to the board to execute a professional service agreement with Arcadis G&M of North Carolina in the amount of $695,000 for engineering services and other services related in association with the Reclaimed Water Ordinance and Master Plan Project. At the July 21st meeting, we presented this item and the board tabled the item in order to gather more information regarding the project timeline and to allow the county attorney to review legislation to determine whether the revision to the sewer use ordinance is permissible under recent changes to applicable laws. So I'll speak now on the timeline issue, and then I'll turn it over to the county attorney to talk about the other issue. So just to review, the intent of this project is to update the reclaimed water section of the current sewer use ordinance. The updates are designed to reduce peak potable water usage and to provide opportunities for beneficial reuse of highly treated effluent from our wastewater treatment plants. The project is divided into 2 phases. Phase 1 will focus on revising the current ordinance, and Phase 2 will develop a comprehensive reclaimed water master plan and hydraulic model. So staff reviewed the proposed timeline and found that it is reasonable for a project of this scope and nature. Phase 1, the ordinance revision is estimated at 318 days, is broken down as follows. 90 days for preparation of the initial submittal by Arcadis. Then we have about 84 days for internal review and responses by Arcadis. That's assuming 4 intervals of review and comments, and then inclusion of those comments into the scope. Then we have 2 stakeholder meetings that we're allowing for 21 days, and then 21 days for Arcadis to include the comments received into the project. And then we have 3 public hearings spaced about a month apart, so 90 days for public hearings. Now, we may not need all those public hearings, but we went ahead and scheduled them. And then 15 days for final revisions, wrap up, and presentation to the board. If that's approved, if the ordinance is approved, we have Phase 2, which is estimated at 282 days. This phase includes the hydraulic model, the existing system, and preparation of the comprehensive master plan. This is a reasonable schedule considering this is our first formal evaluation of the reclaimed water system and to develop a water hydraulic model. For context, our recent updates to our water and sewer master plans took about a year each. So this is just under that. So we believe the timeline is appropriate and achievable, and that the service provided under this agreement are critical in helping us manage the long-term water resources and resource sustainability. Sorry, mouth dry. And any questions?
Are there any questions for Brent?
Not necessarily for Brent, but I want to make sure that our county attorney weighs in on this to make sure that we're legal to pass these costs along to the developer.
Yes, sir. The county has the authority to develop a reclaimed water ordinance, and should the ordinance require connection, the county also has that authority at this time.
When was the last master plan done?
There's never been one for reclaimed water.
Really? I think I have one at home, I thought, in a book.
We have
Oh.
a wastewater master plan ordinance
Okay.
and a water master plan.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And this is kind of in between. The in between.
This is the
plan.
bridge that, bridging the
Yeah,
gap.
this is the
Hey,
bridge.
I'm just checking.
This is the
Hey,
bridge.
I'm just checking.
I'll make a motion to go ahead and approve.
Second.
Thompson and Williams. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All
Sorry,
right.
excuse me. All right, Brent, continue.
Yeah, the next two items that are on the agenda are for the Longwood Road Sewer Project, which is funded through the American Rescue Plan Act. The first item is requesting approval for a construction contract with Keene Construction. And the second item is a request for approval of a change order to that same contract. I was intending to speak on this separately and then be available to answer any questions that y'all may have. So the first request is for the Board of Commissioners to approve appropriations, authorize staff to issue a notice of award, and authorize the chairperson and clerk to the board to execute a contract with Keene Construction Services in the amount of $23,054,203.54 for the construction of the Longwood Road Sewer Project, contingent upon county attorney review and approval of the contract, performance and payment bonds, NCE verified documentation, affidavits of compliance, and issuance of certificates contingent upon receiving authority to award of NCDEQ Division of Water Infrastructure, and to authorize the use of $9,435,453.54 in county funds to supplement the DEQ grant.
That's a mouthful.
It is. It's a
It
lot.
really was, and a lot of numbers.
Yeah, lots. So in 2022, Brunswick County received an almost $15 million grant from the North Carolina DEQ to fund the extension of sewer services to the Waccamaw Elementary School in Ash, and to provide underserved property owners along the route, sewer service to the underserved property owners. The project includes a new lift station to Waccamaw School, Elementary School, a force main and low pressure collection system running parallel to the Longwood Road, and various low pressure collection systems within the project, and approximately 200 connections to that system, low pressure system. Back in December of 23, John, the director, presented a special connection program to the board that outlined the goals of minimizing the or eliminating property owner connection costs, the type of expenses to be covered, the fund allocation method and eligibility criteria, and the need for county supplemental appropriations where necessary. The project, in order to meet those goals, the project was bid with a base bid and 3 alternate bids. I think there's a map.
Yeah, we have
We've
it.
got it.
Yep, we have it. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you look at the attached map, you can see that the base bid includes installation of the force main and low pressure collection system running parallel to Longwood Road, and along with 200 service connections. There are 3 alternates proposed that are shown on the map. The alternates were chosen, well, to help define the alternates, the specific areas to be served within the project. The county hosted a community meeting and sent out surveys. Based on the information gathered in those, we developed a heat map. The heat map was used to prioritize the areas and come up with the proposed alternates that you see. After we came up with the proposed alternates, we developed a bid. We bid the project the first time, and not enough bids were received. Therefore, we rebid the project, and in June, we received 2 bids and determined that King Construction was the lowest responsive bidder. We also looked at the alternates that were bid as part of that project and determined that it was best to include all 3 alternates to meet the intent of the project. Therefore, staff recommends approving the contract with all 3 alternates, contract with King Construction and all 3 alternates.
My only question is, have we worked with King Construction before? Are we familiar with their work?
I have not. I don't think the county has, to my knowledge.
Is this the King Brothers right there at the county line?
I don't think so. No, sir.
Okay.
Where are they out of? Do you remember, Donald?
Okay.
I guess even though we haven't worked with them, we have enough confidence in their work to be confident. I mean, obviously, we're a little jittery about utilities contractors that we don't know right now for obvious reasons.
Yes, sir. That my understanding is that they're a competent firm.
I have a question.
Mhm.
Finance. We have what was 17 million, 15 million to 17 million that's set aside. Is this $9 million match, is that also already set aside?
So we're using, thank you. We're taking about, let me see, 5 million from the parent fund or the wastewater fund balance.
Okay.
And then 900,000 of ARP enabled funds to fund this.
Okay.
And then about 4 million from capital reserves that were set aside that haven't been designated to a project to fund the remainder.
Okay. Okay.
Related to that, the next item, we've got a deductive change order on the same project. And I've never seen a deductive change order before a project started. So how does that play into what he just spoke about?
I would add an asterisk to that
Okay.
deductive change order. It's not
Okay.
really deductive.
Okay.
Yeah, we're reducing the contract for King Construction. So when we received the bids, we reviewed the bids and found some potential for saving some money by removing certain aspects of the scope of the contract from the contractor. What we would like to do is remove the grinder package installation and self-perform that work. Next, we would contract separately for the associated electrical work on the project. And then we would contract separately for the plumbing connections and septic tank abandonment.
And you're gonna save $4 million doing that.
We will remove $4 million from.
No, we
each-
won't save anything. We'll just remove it from the first one. and move it
Save
to
some by
the
doing some of the work, but
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, we feel we will save some, and we feel we will get better competitive bids on the electrical service and the plumbing and septic tank abandonment. So potentially could save
So will we be employing locals with that?
well, it would be bid competitively.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
all right. But locals would have the opportunity where they might not have an opportunity
Bid on this bigger.
bidding on this big project. Okay.
Yes, sir,
I'm
that's
good with
correct.
that.
Now, my question is, has all these property owners agreed to hook up to sewer?
question.
Okay, so yeah, when we reached out to the property owners at the community meeting, and then we sent out a survey in the mail, we sent it to about 600 and some odd properties within the area, the underserved area of this project, the scope of this project. We had about 200 responses that responded they would like to see this project and would connect. We had about 20 or 30 no's that we would not, and the rest were not, did not respond. If all this passes, our next step would be to send out a another letter along with the sewer service agreement. It'll be a modified sewer service agreement specifically for this project. And as part of that, we would ask them to sign up for this service by a certain date. We have not determined that exact
So
date
will
yet.
this be free to them?
Right now, the way we have it funded, yes, ma'am, it's no cost for connection if you sign up by the date that was to be determined.
Oh, man.
So they pay no hookup fees?
The grant money.
The grant, yeah, they're correct. They do not pay any. The customer does not pay any.
But they'll end up paying a service fee once it's connected.
Once they connect, they'll pay our normal sewer service fee, charges, and they will pay for the maintenance fee for their grinder pump.
We need to get some more grants like that. Well, wait,
Well, one of
figure
the,
out that affluent issue. Let's get some more.
one of the reasons he's phrasing it the way he is because we can't use county funds to pay
Right.
for
Yeah.
the fees. So what we're actually doing is funding those fees with the grant, but increasing the amount of county funding for the other part the grant would otherwise be paying for. While I've got the mic, need to go ahead and explain the two agenda items because I normally don't put forward change orders when there's not a contract yet. It's not good, typically. So this is a DEQ grant. They have not approved the change order, which means we can't incorporate it into the primary contract yet because they could say you're changing the project too much, you don't have any funds. So step one is going to be approval of the full contract, which DEQ will then approve the contract. Step two of the request for you is to approve the change order, which then goes to DEQ, who may or may not approve the change order, which means you will be funding the full $23 million without the change order because DEQ approved the primary contract. So that's why the change order is a separate option and why I'm speaking, because it is possible the change order will not happen, if I'm correct.
Yes, and something else to add to this is it's very important that we move fast on this because that 15 million is ARP dollars that has to be spent by December 2026. The difficult part of it is some of the ARP eligible components are going to come at the very end, assuming we use those grant dollars to do the last step, which is the connection component.
I'll move approval of item 4. I guess we need to do these as separate motions.
Yeah. Second it.
Williams, Thompson? Any discussion?
I'm
Well-
just concerned where the rest of the money's gonna come from. If they don't approve the change order.
Okay, so whenever we get to the second one, I'd also like to point out, so that's why I was shaking my head that there's no savings with an asterisk, or there's savings with an asterisk. So there is savings potentially on the individual connection level on whatever savings they're able to get. But the budget amendment that I've proposed to go with the second one just kind of reallocates the money. Instead of it going to a construction contract, it's going to tap on supplies, which is typically what we pay for our internal connections with. And I'm not trying to cut the budget at all for multiple reasons, that being one of them, but also he gave you an example of they've got 200 responses, but they sent out 600 letters. So the final date might be around July for whenever people have to make a commitment. That number could be higher.
Sure.
Or lower.
Yes, so for the second agenda item, the budget doesn't decrease, it just shuffles it around, but keeps it in the project.
Everybody got that? Any questions? All right, so we have a motion and a second on item 4. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, moving on to 5. Anybody have any questions on this one before we?
I think we kind of covered them all at
Kind
once.
of covered it. Any other questions?
Motion to approve.
Second. I'll defer to Pat.
We'll go Thompson Sykes. Guys are kind of running together on this.
Yeah.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, 4 and 5 are done. Board appointment. Madam Clerk. Oh, Brent, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, the town of Sunset Beach requested the appointment for the ETJ member. And I don't have the name right here. I'm sorry.
Aaron Hall.
Karen Hall,
Thank you.
and that's Sunset. I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Thompson Williams. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Okay, next.
And the second one is for a TDA appointment, and that is Tanisha Green.
That's the North Brunswick Chambers appointment.
Yes,
I'll
sir.
move approval.
Williams, need a second?
I'll say.
Williams Thompson. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Okay,
Hey, I do, under the next item, I do have one question real quick.
okay.
It's just clarification. Back whenever the UDO was being discussed, we had talked about a letter going to our legislators. And we talked about providing them with the, copy of the PowerPoint presentation and stuff. But we never brought that up as a motion.
Do we need a motion or can you just take direction to send the letter?
We can do that without a motion if it's a consensus of the board to do it.
Yeah, I think we've already sent other letters on the same topic, so yeah.
I'm good if everybody else is
Yeah.
good with that. I mean, I think our legislators, I mean, we've talked to them, but I think they need something official from us stating this is the impact that we're gonna have with our jurisdiction if we don't do something.
And refresh, this was taking what? 1 million from the TDA?
Who is?
Oh, we're talking about the letter on the, down zone.
Yeah.
Oh, down zone.
Yeah, we already
Yeah.
voted on
I
the
thought we
TD.
were talking on the TDA that you wanted to send some.
Oh, no,
Okay.
no. I'm going back to our discussion with
Okay.
UDO.
Yeah.
It's all these initials that we've been throwing around
Yeah.
this afternoon.
You're under other business, right?
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
what we talked about way back in the UDO
Yeah.
presentation, yeah.
He's under other
Yeah,
business.
I don't know, because we were just talking TDA. I thought he said we never sent a letter to them.
Okay. Well, I do have a question for the attorney.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
let's finish
Excuse me.
that one.
Well, I'll make a motion that we, well, no, if.
Doesn't
if
require-
it's business, he doesn't need it.
You know what? Yeah.
He knows what to
He
do,
knows
so
what
I'm good.
Okay,
As long as we're gonna do that, if that's
The PowerPoint shows substance
yeah,
too.
I mean, if that's the direction
Yeah.
that the board wants to go.
Kind of reinforce what we've said in prior letters.
okay. We're good with that? Okay, moving
sir.
on. Pat, you had something else?
Yeah, I have a question for the attorney. In the discussion with the contractor for the changing the UDO, he stated that elected officials gave him told him that the authority was that he could not not change the power from the planning board to the commissioners, that he could not handle that part of the change to the UDO. It's in his presentation. So as a board, shouldn't we had to vote on that? Wouldn't that be a meeting of elected officials?
What I took him to say was that after a meeting with staff and individual commissioners, it was the consensus of the staff and some of the individual commissioners not to proceed in that direction, and that's why he hasn't done. It wasn't a formal action of the board.
I know it wasn't. I'm wondering should it have been? since he stated, from what I gathered from him, he was told by elected officials not to mess with that section of the UDO.
As a,
So to me,
there was no formal board action.
it's having a meeting, basically, if more than one elected official, if, let's say 3 elected officials told him that we weren't gonna change it, then to me, it should have come before the board to approve before he started working on that part. But he says he does not have the authority, so somebody took the authority away from him. So who took the authority away from him if that was part of his business to add that to the UDO?
Yes, ma'am. He may have misspoken. What I believe happened is he had individual meetings with commissioners. And upon
agree.
discussing those different options, he saw this wasn't something the majority was willing to do, so it wasn't part of his recommendation. But yes, he has not been formally instructed by
But
the board on
shouldn't,
anything.
shouldn't he have been, since that was an issue that that should have been addressed or brought forward to the board? I'll have that discussion with you later.
Right. I understand what you're saying, but it's sort of like he met with everyone, and if everyone's interested in looking at the floodplain, then that's how he sort of directed his work. We'll talk.
Anything else on the other business or discussion?
No, I'm good.
If not, Mr. Attorney? closed
Yes, sir. If I
session.
can get a motion to go into closed session pursuant to 143, 318, 11A3 to consult with the attorney.
So moved.
Williams? I'll second. Mr. Attorney,
Nothing to report, sir.
thank you so much. Somebody say, let's go home.
Move to adjourn.
Thank you very much.
Aye.
Bye.
Aye.
Yep.